Boom. All right, we do need some synthwave going though. And yeah, Mohai, look at the command right above your last question there. Ooh, I do need to pop out chat. Yeah, here we go. Oh, and right, like, what am I doing here? This is a messed up sync anyway. All right, there we go with that one. But yeah, let's get to our C# code. Man, I do have a lot of these windows open. Yeah, okay, cool. Alrighty, so the part we really left off on, and yeah, let me copy this link just in case anyone wants to lurk. Oh, I almost pasted it to YouTube though. Alright, here we go. Okay, so we define the new environment there. This is our converter. And yes, so we were leaving off on how we do the token matching with reader.read here. And the key thing to remember is that it goes and traverses every property depth first, rather than breadth first. I think breadth would actually be easier. But too bad. That's all there is to it. We have to parse it depth first. And basically what that means, depth versus breadth, is it will dive into an object and iterate everything within that object before it goes to, like, it's hard to explain. Imagine that this structure here, let's go look at the JSON. I think that'll make more sense. Yeah, let me just annotate what we're doing here with the JSON. So if we look at this, right? What it means is it's going to iterate and look at every single token one by one. So it's actually crawling like the string representation, which is why it's depth first. If we can imagine that, right? Imagine it's just one single line string. It has to just go token by token. So the key is it's going name, then gradual, group ID, then the value for that, then features, and then the value for that, and within that value, it then starts combing the properties here. When it sees this first prop, it then goes into the value here, and starts looking at those before it moves on to the next one at the features level. So yes, the main reason it is depth first is simply because if you imagine it as a string, it's just parsing straight through it, token by token. So this is slightly different from how you might traverse an AST, because ASTs, you have the idea of finding the node you want and then navigating from that node up or down. Whereas with what we're doing right now, it's just unidirectional, and you need to act upon the prop that you care about when it happens. You can't navigate back up. So we have to look for the start and end of an object at some point, and then determine what we're inside of. So yeah, because of this, right, once we get to this, right, features, we know we're already in features, and that's all we kind of need. Now, let me double check this. This is our group. We're looking at features here, and it's just getting the types. And we don't actually care about that because we care about environments instead. So for features, I don't think we need to do this, right? So in features is incorrect, right? This part right here is incorrect. We don't need that either. So yeah, these right here will get used eventually. We're going to need a current feature type as well. Current feature type will just be string.empty, and, you know, we could just do that as a var. I think that's fine. I see the use case for maybe annotating this because we read left to right. So, yeah, that makes sense to me. So here we want to do So what we want to do here... And I think I want to do an if. So here, current token type, reader dot token type. If token type and I don't think we need the else. We can just skip. Yeah, so one thing we need to do here then, this is going to be opening bracket count is equal to 0. Right, we want to just do this. Opening bracket count plus equals 1. JSON token type, current token type. If it's end object, we want to do opening bracket count minus equals 1. And then here, if opening bracket count, that's equal to 0, we want to break out of our loop. So that basically means that we've finished reading the entire features object. Oop. So then case environments. Break. All right, so now that we're incrementing over environments, yeah, so we got to think about how we want to loop over this. This is going to be a little trickier. Let me double check my chair. Hold on. It might need... yeah, this seal. All right. Yeah. Need to get a new chair soon. Adjust how I'm sitting too. All right, so when we see the environments prop, and I think this is why we might want to just show this so that we can see it. we get into, not features here, sorry, into environments. If we do a read, it gets us to here. And then we do another read, and it gets us to this value. And then we want to do a similar features loop within the environments. And we're going to have multiple environments for most of these cases. This is just one where we don't. Hey, what's up, Coding with Luke? Mr. Sir. Did you get that prime rate earlier? I think I saw that, right? Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, cool. What were you doing today? You're doing some client to server stuff, right? Okay. And I got a question for you. Are you going to need feature flags in your tool at some point? Would you like to do a co-stream at some point of, like, you know, we work together, we co-stream, and we try and implement Vexilla into your projects? I'd be down. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I'd say I'm still a ways away. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm probably like a month away from being even close to ready for that. Right? I want to improve docs. I want to improve a lot of stuff. I want to make sure my tests are more bulletproof. A whole bunch of stuff. Cool. And you're using Go and TypeScript, right? Cool. And are there any specific types of flags that you would need besides just toggle and gradual? I'm guessing selective or value could work too. But would you end up needing like scheduling? Because scheduling, I think, is the one part where we've got like a major bug for, you know, daylight savings time or like UTC time zone type issues. So we might want to like get that dialed in before then, if you need scheduling. If you don't need scheduling, then we can punt that bit, you know, and make sure everything else is more solid. Yeah, let me pour some more water in this whiskey. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can turn it off on your back end too. Like, if there's APIs, you want to make sure that, you know, even if the clients have it turned off, you might want to make sure your back end has it turned off as well. But yeah, especially because it's more like, are you doing the desktop application thing first, or are you just doing it more as a web app first? Wait, what do you mean by turn off your notifications? Okay, it is in Tori. Okay, cool. Interesting. So you're doing Go inside of Tori? I didn't realize that was possible. Or is the Go like a totally separate thing? Go just for the services. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so the main gist would be, think about it this way. If you wanted to implement billing, but you only want to roll it out to a small subset of users, you probably want to make sure that your services endpoints are also disabled, because you don't want to, you don't want people poking at endpoints that they shouldn't be using. So that's more of like just like a data security safety kind of thing. Think about it this way, though. You could also have some values shared between front end and back end, right? So like a single source of truth for some static value that you'd like to be able to change, but not without, like, that you wouldn't need to, like, push a new version of the client for yet. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I mean, you don't know that. But yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, as far as scheduling then, if that's a killer feature that you're gonna need, I'll have to work on that part. So yeah, it does seem to me like scheduling might be worthwhile for you. Yeah, makes sense. Well, cool. Okay. Yeah, that's almost like a situation of, would you want to use like a larger, like, global, like, flag, or would you want to turn off features like individually? So that could be an interesting thing, right? Is it simply like maintenance mode, true or false? Or is it more like, you know, like individual feature, true or false? Okay. Yeah, maintenance mode, true or false is easy. Yeah. I think that's a good one. It is interesting because typically you want feature flags to be short-lived, but that to me seems like a feature flag that you'd be fine keeping forever. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think a big thing I'm gonna want to do for Vexilla at some point is we need to implement a CLI tool to comb your code base and find like inactive or stale flags. Right? If a value is true or false in all environments, that might be a stale flag, right? It'd be a warning kind of thing, but still something we could surface. Yeah. Just as a thing, Uber has a tool called Piranha for that use case. I just don't think it works in the same way I'm trying to do it, and it also tries to, like, modify your code for you, and I'm not trying to do that at all. Yeah, I'm a collector. All right, so for everyone joining from the raid, here's the thing we're working on. We are doing some C# JSON deserialization in a custom way because we have polymorphic data types, and I know I probably could upgrade C# version to get some of their, like, support for polymorphism or discriminated unions is technically what we're doing, but I just don't feel like it yet. We're still on C#7, and it's fine. But what we're doing here is basically, and I described this before you came in, but I'll describe it to everyone else too. When we're doing deserialization using the JSON converter from C#, it is a depth-first, like, crawling of the tree of data. And the difference between depth first and breadth first, that's the word, is basically the order in which things get processed. So breadth first would theoretically be, I comb this, right? I see this prop type, then I see that value for it. I see this prop type, then I see that value for it. I see this prop type, and then see that this is an object, sure. But then it would jump to environments before digging into what's inside features. And for the most part, for a JSON deserializer, it doesn't make sense to do breadth first. But in a lot of cases, when you're doing your own like DOM navigation or AST crawling or things like that, you're gonna end up doing breadth first instead. So ASTs, I feel, is more common to do a breadth first search, or a breadth focused search anyway. Whereas, I guess it is breadth first, yeah. Whereas when you're combing JSON, depth first is the most logical, because if you were to think about this JSON file as a single line, as just text with a single line, then yeah, it's just iterating the string once through. And that's it. To have to like do a breadth first would actually cause more like traversals and more like deep dives, and then back up. Whereas here, it's just straight through the string, token by token. So this is basically a string-based token parser. Or a token-based string parser. There we go. That's the word. And we're simply implementing our reader to help do that. So for the most part, what we've done so far is we start looking for, and yeah, this is where it gets pretty ugly. We do our while reader read, which is the thing that grabs the next token. We check the type of it, and if the type is property name, we start doing the switch stuff. So for property name here, well, this is a little trickier, but it's not that tricky because we're doing it within like nested loops. So no matter what, if it's in the top level, we know that we're within just the top level here, and we see name. A nested name property isn't going to bother us, because we're never going to get to this case until our nested while loop actually works. We have to do our own parsing because we have polymorphic data types, and C# doesn't support polymorphic data types. Most strongly typed languages do not support polymorphic data types in a clean way. Go is technically one of the worst cases for it. So, hold on. Let me explain what I mean by a polymorphic data type. If we go to our types, somewhere if I could find them. What we end up having is a base feature, and then this, like every real feature we have, extends that base and uses feature type to discriminate between those. That's the TypeScript way of doing a discriminated union via polymorphic data types. In Go, you can't do that. All right, so instead in Go, we had to implement our own parsing as well. Right, so there's no inheritance in Go. You can compose things in Go, but you can't automatically deserialize that in Go. For the same reason that you can't do that in Go, you can't do it in C# either. Now, there may be some newer features in C# 9 or above that support some of that, but we're using C# 7, and we're just stuck with what we got. And it's kind of funny because TypeScript doesn't have to worry about any of that. TypeScript, based upon this value being something, the type system can actually figure that out. So there's some cases where a softer type system is actually more ergonomic for the developer, at the expense of possibly some more bugs. That said, OCaml has a very strict and strong type system, but we would end up needing to still do some custom stuff, I think. We're going to figure out how to do the discriminated union parsing in a couple weeks, maybe next week, maybe the week after, with our DM Mulroy guest spots. So, I mean, coding with Luke, it doesn't have that flexibility for the same reason that Go doesn't, because inheritance is not the thing causing this. It's the discriminated part. Technically, I wouldn't need to inherit at all if I could just use feature type and then I gotta just copy these. Sure, that'd be fine, right? I could just copy all these into every single one of them, which is basically what we're doing in the Go code. But Go still doesn't allow us to decide what the type is based upon feature typing. That's magic we have to do. So Go's version of all this is actually composition, in the same way we were kind of composing those props in, right? Imagine if we could just do like ... Vexilla feature base instead, right? Right? That's basically what Go is doing for this type. Without the inheritance, it's still the issue of deserializing. With Rust, it becomes easier because we have the ability to use enums for that like polymorphism. So Rust enums are actually very powerful, much more powerful than a lot of languages support. So yeah, in the Rust code, we didn't have to do any of that stuff. I mean, I hate elegant. I never like using elegant code because elegant typically means unreadable. Right? If you want to see the Go code, we can get there, one sec. All we do for the Go code is implement our own... Oop, hold on, I missed it. Right? We just implement our own unmarshaled JSON for the environment type, and we're done. No, it's within the main like Vexilla/Vexilla. I need to add like I need to archive those repos and then make them like deprecated. Everything's within a mono repo now. And Breno, thank you for the follow. So yeah, one second, let me get you the link. So for the most part, any clients over here that are not just the name of the language means that we haven't done them yet. We're in the process of client C#, but I don't know if I pushed any of that up. But this is the Go folder that you're probably on. Lucas and Mohai, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Yeah, elegant is like the opposite of readable in many cases. I try and avoid the word elegant at all costs. Right? Elegant is code that you're not going to remember why it does that in 6 months. You, the person that wrote it. So if you can't, like, what help is someone else? Like, what chance does someone else actually have to do it? Basically none. So yeah, avoid elegant. I mean, the idiomatic way is this unmarshaled JSON. Again, because Kbre, we have no way of knowing what the type is for the individual feature type, right? So the only place to keep that is here on the environment, and keep it within these like raw feature type things, right? Gradual features, etc. So really, we just keep separate dictionaries for all of them. If we go to the environment definition here in the Go code, it'll probably make a little more sense. Type assertion. So, Cabre, wouldn't that be reflection? The idiomatic way is to avoid reflection at all costs. Right? Reflection is really slow in Go code. So yeah, basically, the way to do it is to implement these dictionary lookups for each type. And that's it. So we can, look at our raw features, grab those. Raw features are on the base environment here. I don't know why I have these separate, actually. These could just be the same thing. Oh, base environment's used elsewhere. And how does it do that, Cabre? How does it know? When you're parsing JSON, how does it know? So if I were to implement a base feature, or, right, like a base feature unmarshal function, where would I put the proper function, like the proper type, right? Such as a toggle feature or gradual feature. It's already the base feature, and I can't change its type because it still has to live within a dictionary that is base features. So the only place to be able to do it is here on the environment. Yeah, exactly. I understand that, Cabre, but a lot of those assertions are not necessarily for this exact type of thing. And I'd really like to see an example of discriminated unions and type assertions for that. Again, how would that work? Doesn't make any sense to me. If you want to implement it, go for it, but I don't understand how that would work. Try and implement discriminated unions in the way you're talking about. But again, right? How would it work? Yeah, no worries, Coding with Flute. How would that work, Cabre? If I was implementing the unmarshal on the feature itself, where do I put it? Number one, we have to actually take the data from the JSON itself and put it somewhere. So implementing unmarshal on the features just makes no sense. We don't do that here, Bieber. Pick one, make a decision, take agency over your own life, right? No X versus Y. It's a very clear rule in chat before you chatted. You agreed to it. And for some reason, you ignored the rule. No X versus Y, dude. The fact that you're in here asking us that question rather than just looking it up and making a decision is not a good thing for you, man. You've got major problems if you can't make a decision between two things that are equal in your eyes. But again, yeah, you're trying to bait us with an argument, Bieber. So, no, we don't do that here. I guess, Mohai. I'm just a dude. I'm not trying to be your mentor. I'm just a dude who's programming, and you should probably be programming around the same time. That's it. You don't need a mentor. Feeling like you need a mentor is also having no agency over your own life. Make decisions, make mistakes, learn from your mistakes, and move on. You don't need a mentor. The number one skill a dev needs is self-sufficiency. Same reason I got on Bieber's case, because they're not being self-sufficient. They're in decision paralysis. Make a decision, do it, move on. If it comes down to it, put it to a poll on Twitter or something. If you really, really don't know. We're doing C# C17. We were just discussing how the Go code works because that's what people are familiar with. And hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing? I was looking at some conference and I saw your photo. No, Mohai. It was Magnolia. That was the one. Yep. I forget who mentioned Magnolia, but yeah. Yeah, it was Magnolia, which is cool. How's your and Graham's like website coming along for some of that stuff? You're gonna be giving your talk in a lobster costume? Nice. Hell yeah. Cause yeah, I'd love to schedule another like co-stream with you guys when you're ready to start promoting that again. And I need to upload those videos. I'm slacking. Gotta meet again next week to discuss more? Sweet. Yeah, just let me know when you guys are getting close. And I'm glad I'm recording those because the YouTube stuff, right? Like the YouTube video had some audio issues, but the local recording is great. So I'm glad I'm recording these locally too. So yeah, I just got to give it like an intro and then maybe like cut and splice parts that maybe don't make as much sense. And then bam. Yeah, it'll be a nice little video series, I guess. Right? It's so tedious. Yep. Oh, Colton is saying that there's no ad blockers allowed on YouTube, according to something they saw. And yeah, Lucas, you're totally right. Right? The moment I give any salient advice, I automatically become a mentor that needs to review someone's code. That is a good reference. Good call. Yeah, I didn't even catch that one at first. Yeah, I mean, if you make enough money from your day job, it might be worth paying someone to edit your videos from the start. I'm still editing mine because I don't make any money from my YouTube. Not yet, at least. Well, you saw it in the theater? Nice. Too much money? Yeah, it's something where, like, you definitely need it to be making money itself already before it's worth it. I don't know what theme this is. This is Rider, so I don't know. Let's pour one of these. Why not? Keep doing the water down thing. There's some good parts in the movie. How's it feel being a senior dad? Same as being a junior dad. Oh, no worries, Todd. Yeah, I mean, it's worthwhile. It's not perfect. But it's quite fun, especially if you're streaming. Mohai, if you're asking if, like, imposter syndrome ever goes away, nope, never. Yes, I did. You love them? Nice, thanks. Yeah, so HTML, JSTS, and even CSS biscuits, they all work pretty damn good. Assorted biscuits if you're doing Rust, Go, etc. Probably more work to be done. I should add NeoVim biscuits onto here too. But yeah, they were fun. Mac, if you want to learn web dev, check out Free Code Camp. Nah, that one was okay. C17. Right? We don't have to answer that question. We can just give them a link to Free Code Camp. All right. So yeah, we got to think about how we're going to be parsing some of this. And Mac, thank you for the follow. System.text.json. All right, so move to object start. Yeah, there's a lot of nested while loops in what we're doing. It's not ideal. I mean, we can have emotions, but don't get emotional about tech, is the important part. Right? Don't get emotional about a tool. Right? Don't love something that can't love you back. Yeah, so we want to do this part. We do reader.read. So yeah, current token type happens here. Oh, interesting. We're gonna have to do this part. Current features token type. Opening features bracket count. I want to do here... Oh yeah, nested while loops for days. Yeah, I'm slacking, Mac. I just haven't updated that yet. That's on me. All right, so this is going to keep reading. We're going to get to property name. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. I'm messing this up. Shit. I'm totally messing this up. We're not gonna have an environments prop. Yeah. I was looking at the top level group. Right? When realistically, environments is just gonna be this part. So environments is really just this. And that makes that a lot easier. Okay. For some reason I was thinking that we'd have to worry about the environments part, and we don't. So the start of an object, the end of an object. What else is on here? It's just that, right? Name, environment ID, and features. So we only got the one features ID to worry about, which is good. Yeah, I was getting a little caught up on the wrong thing. We are going to have a nested schedule, but that one's actually easier. Yeah, no worries. No stress, no rush. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting it'll probably be like a month or so. Totally fine. Maybe 2 months. Not a big deal. No rush, no stress. Yeah, have a good one. So yeah, new environment.name. We do that part. New environment.id, or environment ID. We do that part. When we get to features, that's where the nested stuff happens. And the reason I don't want to use a switch here is because the break statement would then not break our while loop. So yeah, if and else if here are actually hugely valuable. So this is going to be the property name again. A C, thank you for the follow. I almost missed that. My bad. So when we get to property name here, we need to start creating the feature itself. Hey. Oh, like you've done it before. Yeah, because it didn't give us a notification. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I've seen your name before, Lucas. Like, you've definitely chatted here a bunch. So thanks for the refollow. It's a long time ago. Oh yeah, wow, you haven't chatted since 2020. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, thank you for the sub. All right, so we're gonna get property name here. Yeah, this part's gonna get pretty ugly. I'm wondering if it would be possible to create like a nicer function for this stuff. Like for individual parts. But I think we're just gonna deal with it. Oh, Surly, I've seen that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's an older clip. It's gnarly, though. Yep. They were upside down in a tree well. Tree wells actually kill more people than avalanches. At least here in the Northwest. Yep. Yeah, I've seen that clip. It's a good one. Makes sense, Lucas. So here's the thing. I think the way that we're incrementing this is actually wrong. I don't think we need the bracket count anymore. Yeah, we just care about the property name. Oh, Australian kid came over, it started snowing, he just stood at the window for the whole day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here in Washington at Stevens Pass, you can actually book, they call it a sky ride, in which you can actually ride the chairlift up and back down during the winter. And there are people that do it, usually not in warm enough clothing, because they don't realize how cold it's going to be. Because, yeah, like people from like India and other countries that are, you know, basically don't have snowboarding or snow in that significant way. They come up to Stevens Pass and they're like, oh, cool. And then someone convinces them to do the sky ride. And they're like freezing by the time they get to the bottom. Like it's a bad idea. Because, yeah, they're just not wearing the layers for it. Alright, so current token type. We'll do that, because that's easy enough. We might switch this back to current features token type. Thunder snowing. I don't know if I've seen that before. That sounds cool. Fun. All right, so when we get to a property name inside of features, we know that it's the first, you know, key. So what we want to do is right, we want to set feature here, so current feature. Right? We do something like that. Oh, and realistically, the name and ID are going to be just fine. So yeah, here we do while... Hold on, current feature, current toggle, current gradual. Cool. Oh, right, Lucas? Yeah, it gets very cold. Yeah, so C17, that makes sense, but, like, it's still just traditionally cold in the UK compared to Brazil, right? It's Brazil's winter, like, coming out of their winter right now, but during, like, the heat, or, like, the coldest part of their winter, right? During, like, the coldest part, they were still getting, like, temperatures in the 60s. I swear they had some days of like 80, 90 degree weather during their winter, which is insane. So I have some coworkers from Brazil. It's 104 in Rio right now, and you're just now coming out of winter. Yeah, that's gnarly. Ugh, no thank you. Alright, so while reader.read, because we know that we're in a property name and we're good there, this is then going to do its own, like, dude, we got so many nested while loops here. I think there's got to be a better way. So I want to do this break here. So if oh, because we're not resetting what current token type is. Alright, so we want the current token type there. Hey, what's up, Toaster? How you doing? Damn, 26 months. That's a long time. Appreciate you. Ah, nice. Yeah, how you doing, Cotter? Have you figured out what bars we're gonna be going and, like, just mobbing into? I think we're gonna need someone to act as, like, the, you know, the navigator. Cool. Sure. I think for the most part, they got to be kind of nearby, right? Because most people aren't going to want to go too far. And I think most people ended up getting hotel, like, right at the convention center. Sure. Hey, what's up, Cube? So there's Vexilla, and here's what we're doing today. Yep, no worries. And this is by far the most complicated serializer that we have. Like, I really doubt we're gonna run into languages where this is, like, that are trickier for deserializing this. But if we do, we at least have a good pattern for a token-based deserialization. I know, right? Oh, and this is where we got to do some junk. Yeah, this is where the pattern matching would really help us out. Instead, we got to do just a bunch of, like, ifs. Alright, so we want to handle schedule parsing. For any prop other than the schedule, we're going to end up seeing name, feature ID, feature type, seed, value, schedule type. And what's up, Darren? How you doing? Oh, and not all these are going to be strings. That's why we want to do this like this. Starting a new gig next week? Oh, shit. Nice. What's the gig? Yeah, upgrading our C# version to turn this into pattern matching would be way cleaner. I'm thinking that might be a good way to get someone else who's interested in C# to maybe refactor and help us out. I think that'd be good. But we don't need to worry about that right now. So yeah. Name, feature ID, feature type. Yep, we gotta do reader.read because this gets us our value. So a feature type is then equal to feature type dot toggle. It's going well. Oh, and yeah, so you were an advisor for a while, now you're joining full-time. It's Tembo. Yeah, what does Tembo do? Ooh, I like that animation from point to point they do. I do the same thing on the Code Biscuits website. Clean. Yeah, super clean. All right, so if feature type is that, then we just simply say current feature dot feature type is equal to feature type dot toggle. Gradual yeah, there you go, Jules. Hell yeah, nailed it. All right, then this is selective. And this one is value. Yeah, that is cool. All right, so, man, this is getting just deeply nested. Oh, for Postgres extensions? Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, time series is basically, like time series DB is basically an extension for Postgres as well. Okay. So yeah, feature type. See, this is the gnarly part. At some point, we might not be able to determine the order in which these props are done. Shit. Yeah, so I think we're uncovering the fact that the JSON converter is no good. We might have to use the JSON document, JSON element stuff. Because we have no guarantees on the order in which JavaScript is gonna serialize these props. Shit. I think we have to abandon this. Here's the important part, too. This deserialization that we're going to be doing for this... It's not on the hot path, right? This is however often you want to fetch the JSON file. Yeah. Huh. We're gonna call it Redux. There you go, Dan. So I don't think there's a way to get the JSON document or JSON element that we care about. Yeah, we don't see any of that here in the list, which means, what is JSON reader state? Trailing commas, comment handling, max depth. So that's not it. We're doing polymorphic data types using discriminated unions, and that is a pain in the ass in C#. Using system.text.json. Discriminated unions. So one type on the object determines what type of object it is. So the value of feature type determines if it's a gradual feature, a toggle feature, whatever, and value in those cases changes its value. It could be a float, an int, a string, based upon various things. Basically just polymorphic data types. Yeah, so a JSON document is actually what I'm looking for here. Right. Does not have a fixed schema is really what we're getting at. So I don't need the mutable node. Yeah, I don't need to modify this. So JSON document is what we're looking for, I think. And JSON document is faster as well. Yeah, so, C. Anhorn was in here previously recommending this approach, and they were right, because the JSON converter tokenizer is just a left-to-right read of the string, and we cannot guarantee that the props are going to be in the right order. So we have to do something like this. So I think we have to do a using. God, it'd be so much nicer to be able to use this as a converter. So yeah, we want to rename this. I don't know what we want to rename it to, though. Group? Because it really is a group. Group converter, but it's not going to be used in the same like JSON converter context. Nope. This is going to be public deserialize. This is going to be JSON string. The return type is just a group. Alright, so I can return null as just like a boilerplate there. Worked with Python's type hinting before? Yeah, I've never touched it. Yeah, not sure, Sandlodian. Yeah, here's what we do. So basically, well, I bet there's a bunch of stuff we're not using up here anymore. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. So deserialize. We want to take the JSON string and basically do something like this. Yeah, no worries, C17. All right, so we get this document here. Nice. Alright, let's look at their examples. We can probably get this out of the way. We're going to close these for now, too. So we end up going to root. Sure. And then from root, we can do, like, get property, etc. Sure. So new group is equal to new group. All right, so document.root element is root there. And yeah, this is where we want to look at this. So it is going to be the group part. So gradual group ID. Or sorry, name and group ID. group ID, and this is group ID. All right, so we're gonna go through and do this kind of like one by one for each prop, and I think that's fine. I don't actually mind that. I think it's gonna be cleaner than our others, like even the JSON converter attempt anyway. Is it gonna be as fast as the JSON converter attempt? Definitely not. I think it's okay. So new group.meta is then going to be equal to new group meta. Version is then equal to root.getProperty meta.getProperty version. .getString. All right, so we've got that satisfied. And for this part, we're going to want to have a separate little function that's going to be private, in which hold on. We're going to have a parse feature or deserialize feature, maybe. And this is going to be a JSON element. And from here, shit, right? Because we can't do polymorphism here. Well, we could still do feature. Private toggle feature, deserialize toggle feature, right? We're gonna end up needing some mini functions for this just to keep clean things up. Alright, so toggle, gradual, selective. Oh, and I should have, yeah, whoops. Selective string. Right, so selective string feature, selective int feature, selective float feature, and I forgot that one. Shit. So then from there, we want to do basically the same thing for value feature. Okay. So the easiest part is we can just get started with the regular old feature. There's gonna be some duplication, but we can assume that JSON element here is gonna be right. No, I cannot. And I could have done this boilerplate too. Yeah, what's up, Box? How you doing? Anything fun? Spent the whole week at a conference? Nice, what's the conference? Alright, so we fixed at least the errors of that part. Oh, and this is lowercase. Oh, this is going to be get property. Dot get string. Colleague gave a talk about OPA. Nice. Got some interesting conversations from it, too. Nice. Did anyone mention Polaris as an option? I only ask because it's a thing the company I work for made. All right, what all else is on here? So, as we look at the features, we got name, feature ID, feature type. Value is less important. Schedule type. Yeah, I mean, I work for Fairwinds. It says it in all sorts of places. Right? Okay, yeah, makes sense, Box 30. No, I get you, Yeah, it's a common thing. It's not immediately obvious who's sponsored by what just from like a tweet, you know? Yeah, exactly. Right, just a follow-up tweet, right? Your second tweet in a thread could say, hey, I'm sponsored. Doesn't have to be before, but it's at least like on the thread, you know? I think people would benefit from that. I think that sometimes works. Depending on the platform. Ooh, and we want a deserialized schedule function too. No, so the key is on a tweet when you're limited to 280 characters or 140 or whatever it is, it's a lot harder to squeeze in a proper disclosure, which is why a follow-up tweet's fine. Yeah, in the thread as the second message, boom, nailed it. All right, just as like if you could automate it, that'd be even better. Right? Just an automation through something to automatically add the disclosure for you. That'd be huge. But yeah, within one tweet, it's a little tougher. On a blog post, I mean, yeah, it should be right at the top. Yeah, not a bad idea. I think it'd be better if some of the bigger, like, incumbent tweet management platforms would do it. All right, so then this one. Yeah, so get int 64 because it's a JS timestamp. I think I'm okay with that. Forget how many of these props we got to do, but end is that. Time and time. Oop. So start, end, start time, end time, time zone, and time type. Alright, so this is get string. And this is where var schedule time type. And actually no, because time type, I think we're good, because it's just going to be a string no matter what. And then we got to do our comparison against that string. So I think that's fine. Okay. I don't know what this is trying to tell me. Okay, yeah, that cleans that up. I'm fine with it. So that's our deserialized schedule. So yeah, we got to do that for basically all of them, which is some boilerplate, but whatever. Ooh, and not here yet. Yeah, no worries there. Alright, and then we can do this, let it refactor that. And that's the baseline, and we don't really need much else. We don't need the value on just regular feature. Yeah, so then from here, we can do value is equal to JSON element dot get property dot get boolean. Yeah, I think this is cleaner than the JSON converter thing was going to be, especially because we cannot dictate the order of props. Yeah, so we're going to have errors. Let's go to the top again. This is for a gradual feature, and this is no longer a get boolean, but a get float. Oh, it's a get double, though. Yeah, exactly, Mesmero. Just because of the way that JavaScript serializes JSON, it's, you know, you can't be sure of where something's going to be in the order of that serialization, because it matters how the object was modified before you do, like, you know, the stringify. So yeah, that's why the JSON converter just won't work, even though it would be much faster, because it's just a single pass. So yeah, it's kind of an issue, but again, we're not on the hot path, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, and that's why C. Anhorn was totally right. I just didn't see why. All right, so boom, right? We got that there. Yeah, I wanted to, but it just didn't work. Box dirty. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, totally. Technically, they could just use feature flags for all of it, for the writing and the reading. Right? Like the writing and the display. But yeah, I think you totally get what feature flags are for. So, hell yeah. All right, so now selective feature. This one is going to be a bit trickier. Yeah, that one's going to be a lot a bit trickier. So selective feature just has a value we care about. I don't know how to get the value deserialized from like an array. I know they're doing it somewhere, and I just gotta like figure that out. Okay, so because selective doesn't have anything. Yeah, selective, we just care about the value type. Yep, so that one's good. But then once we get to the others, that's where it's a bit trickier. Actually, it's not. It's not trickier. We can do it all right here because... Ooh, hold on. I don't know if we can. Because I think we still need to do a loop over it, right? Because it's an array. So here's that example JSON. We see them do a for each. So it is going to be an element. We don't know if it's an array necessarily, but we technically do. And I think we have to do just the enumerate array thing. So really, it's going to be a for each. All right, so this variable is just selective value. And that's just for each one of those in there, we want to put it to a list, right? So then this is going to be var, or maybe more like string. Value is equal to I don't think that's it. Oh, right, C17. Yeah. Nope, this is some C#. So var value is equal to new, is it just array? Oh, but we need to get the length. Right, so var value length is equal to, oh, and we wanted, hold on. Yeah. Let me refactor some of this. Var value element is equal to JSON element dot get property value, right? And then var value length is equal to value element dot, and it's get something, get array length, right? Because we have to pass a length to every like new array we want to create. So then this is going to be var, and that becomes an array enumerator. I wish I could just turn that directly into to array. Oh, we could do to array. But it would be a T source if we did so. Could we give it a type? Like a generic? Ooh, no. Oh. So they kind of hate that. Oh, and it's capitalized. Yeah, so I think... Oh, that doesn't work. Enumerate array dot. Cast. Dot. Oh, weird that it was complaining about that. Seems fine now. It is just a warning. Okay, so selective int feature. This is now int 64. Right, we can call it a long as well. I think it's fine. This is a double. Yeah, okay. So this is starting to work out. I like this. So then value here is not an array. It's just that dot get. And, oh, we don't need it on that. Yeah. So then here, we do the same thing. This is the string. Get int 64. And get done. Okay, so we've worked out these individual feature functions. Now we just need to do the part where we look at some of this other stuff. But I gotta use the restroom real quick, so give me just a second. I'm gonna go pee. We got plenty of water. And yeah, it's basically gonna be something like something that we put there. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. That was quick. All right. So let's think about this some more. I don't actually use those very much. I'll use a for each pretty much every time. Just habit. I know there's like performance implications, but to worry about the performance difference between for of or for in versus a for each, it's pretty meaningless. Right? Unless you're on the hot path, and then you can do it. But, I don't know, in many cases, opt for readability instead. But I also do it because it's a holdover from a lack of proper block scoping. So you ended up needing function scope variables. So yeah, it's just an old habit on my part. Alright, so now this next bit. We set the meta there. We can actually return new group. Hold on, am I centered? No, not really. All right. So this is for the group itself. New group.features is equal to new dictionary string feature. New group.environments is equal to new dictionary environment. And this is where we kind of want to do that like for syntax. We want to do it on an object. Yeah, enumerate object. Here we go. All right, so the for each here is then JSON element dot object enumerator. We have to give it a type. Yeah, let me look that up. What's up, Hat Knight? How you doing? Wait, what? Which one, Hat Knight? No, I didn't see anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. Struct name is not valid at this point. Oh, I'm doing object enumerator. Yeah. I want enumerate object. Oh, and that's why. I'm capitalizing it. No, I was... I actually want to do root. Yeah, I see what's going on. I'm in the wrong context. Alright, enumerate object. And then what does that actually give us? Oh, and I want to do .get property features. Oh. Right, okay, I see what's going on. So I want to do something like new group dot features dot add. This is raw feature dot name. Deserialized feature, raw feature dot value. Take it easy, Lucas. Any language can be made to look ugly. All right, so then in here, So environment.name, raw environment dot value dot get property dot get string. Environment ID dot get string. Can make that an object initializer there, but we got some stuff to do here. Raw environment dot name and environment. Yeah, it makes sense, Lucas. All right, so then modifying this environment, this is where we get a bunch of junk. Right, so raw features. No. Oh, we can create these. Yeah. So, right, we got to do a bunch of junk here. New one of those. Gradual, new one of these. I do like how Rider auto-completes a lot of this stuff real easy for us. They were just making a joke. Yeah, no worries, Lucas. Yeah, have a good one. Okay, so we create all of those, which is a bit rough. This is where a for each happens now. This is going to be root dot get property features dot enumerate objects. And yeah, have a good one, Lucas. All right, so then, as we're looping over this, environment.rawFeatures.add raw feature .name. Yep. Maybe not like first, but while it was still kind of new. Ooh, and hold on. Okay, so here's what we do. We can start doing a switch for this stuff. The expression is then going to be feature.featureType. We're going to have some nested switches here, because we don't necessarily know if there's a value type yet. So yep, this is where we do a case. This is feature type dot toggle. So get the boilerplate for these out. Gradual, selective, and value. For toggle here, this part becomes pretty easy. It's just environment .toggle features .add, and that is just feature ID. Deserialized toggle feature, and raw feature dot value. All right, so we end up doing that, and it's going to be similar for gradual because that doesn't have any polymorphism. But then, yeah, these do. So technically, we still want to do it as an add of selective. This right here is an add of value. What I want to do here, though, is actually extract that out. So this is var selective feature is equal to this part. All right, so we add those to those, but now we need to do another switch within here. So nested switch, that sounds fun, doesn't it? And the thing that we're switching on is selective feature dot value type. Oop, wrong value type. And do similar boilerplate over here. All right, so if it is a string value type, then we want to do environment dot selective string features dot add, and that's where we end up doing raw feature dot name again. Deserialize selective string feature, and this is raw feature dot value. Actually, we could just grab this whole thing again, and for value type, that's going to be value, and then for that there, that should format us pretty well here in a sec. Okay. I think we did it. Yeah, it would have taken me so much longer to get the traversal working. So yeah, I think we're good here. So now what is this complaining about? That's our cast. I don't know if we can actually fix that cast. There's probably something we can do. But yeah, group converter.deserialize would then just be something we call over here in client. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Boom, public static. And all of these need to be static. Never start no static, I just get it off my chest. Yes, I just quoted Sublime. And hey, what's up, Bad Cop? How's the temperature where you're at now? Awful? Yikes. Yeah, it's a little warm here today, but it's not bad. I forget what, like, where you're from. 92, holy shit. Yikes. That's a lot more reasonable. Yeah, shit. So you're not in Washington, because Washington is incredibly reasonable right now. That sounds like some California shit. The area? Ah, makes sense. I did miss some follows, so it's Potato Chips and Heisenberg. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. $95 where you're at, Ty Sweezy? Yikes. Yeah, I had heard that, like, San Fran itself tends to get, like, really cold temperatures comparatively to, like, the rest of California. Just because it's, like, right there on the bay. But, yeah, like, that sounds like a big old note from me. No, thank you. Yeah, I think we're ready to start writing our tests for this client now. So hold on, our hasher test is basically the same thing. But we gotta do it as just a should instead. Client.should. And then feature namer ID is, ooh, I forget the name of this one. Testing working gradual. And yeah, how do we do our assertions again? Assert.true, assert.false. Nice. Testing non-working gradual. And assert dot false. Should not gradual. That looks about right to me. Let's try and run it. How hard could it be? Ooh, Bob, so I don't know, like, how much of a rollback do you think there actually was? There really wasn't that much of one. Not that I remember seeing. But oh no, we got some major bugs. Oh no. So yeah, working gradual, assert true failed, which is odd. Let's create a breakpoint there. Let's try and run again. What? Wait, what? No, that's not what I want. All right, so client test line 35, client line 121. Where did they say that? Okay, so 35 in the test, 121 in the client. Let's go look at those. So 35 in the test, that is sync flags, and that's where our serialization's at. So then when we go to client, we go to 121, and it's get flags. So then after that, we look at line 80, then theoretically 82, and then within group.cs, it's 197. So they're saying it's this part. Get double is failing. I did not want to do that. What? Go back. So it's one of these get doubles, but it shouldn't be. So somehow we're getting to the deserialized gradual feature in the wrong context. Okay. got breaks in there, so that should be fine. Let's add a breakpoint for this. And it's got to be one of these. Can we stringify the whole thing? All right, so we're going to debug our unit tests, and hopefully we can see some good values from it. Now, we got to figure out why our working gradual is no longer working. That's disconcerting. All right, there we go. So this is the debugger. We see that we got root, we got raw feature. The raw feature that we're doing this with that ain't it. We can click view to see what that is. Nice, you guys can see that too. Shit, hold on. I think I see what I'm doing. I know. I'm looping the wrong part. So when we're deserializing here, we're getting features and we're doing that part. Cool. So then root.getProperty for this is weird. I wonder if raw feature is the issue there. Ah, shit. So that's a group feature. And instead of raw feature, it might be environment feature that we want to do it for. But yeah, restart the debug, stop and rerun. So yeah, the scoping of variables in C# is something that's getting me, because I believe we're running into some collisions. It is. Still no failure. Now, is it the same place that we had that issue before? It's deserialized gradual feature. All right, so group CS line 199. So we'll get rid of that. We've got that still. Let's try and debug hasher test again. We shouldn't be seeing that one. Fuck. I've got this in the wrong place. Yeah, I messed that up. Alright, we stop everything. Yeah. Okay, so that was on me. I'm doing this in the wrong place. I got ahead of myself. We do want to do this, but that's a different thing. So we don't have the raw environment part yet. Oh. That was it. That was a copy and paste issue. Okay. Let's just try and rerun it without debugging it. I think that's it. I was doing root.getFeatures instead of environment.getFeatures. Alright, so we got an assert false failure and an assert true failure. This is all the way down at client test line 50? Right, so our should not gradual and our should gradual don't seem to be working right. So it's weird that this is giving us grief. And what that means is, yeah, I think I already know. Let's look at our hasher test. Right, greater than or less than 0.4. Non-working is greater because it's that, so it's really our hasher that's the issue. And let's look at it. We're returning doubles. We're doing modulo 100, but we're not dividing by 100. Which is our issue there. Now, if we run again, we should at least see hasher test work. Let's try all of them again real quick. So, hasher is now working as expected. Perfect. Scheduler is having issues, but that's not a big deal. So this one right here, this is client test line 45, should gradual, and that's where our bug is for that one. Okay. So I might want to debug what our hash value is there. But yeah, so that was one major issue we had. It needs to be a value between 0 and 1, float style. We've had that as a bug for a bit. Yeah, we need to throw another breakpoint somewhere. We'll do it here in client, and it's going to be part of our should function, so we should be able to figure out what that value is. And we're only doing should custom string, so it's going to be in here. Oh. We want that to be less than, not greater than. That'd be crazy if that was the whole bug. All right, let's see this now. Hey, we fucking did it. Okay, so now we've got some scheduling tests to figure out, which is a bummer. I believe that falls into our UTC type issues, which is the tough part. So that's a separate thing. But okay, cool. We have our should functions working enough. We need to add more and more tests for all that stuff, but we got there. Let me do some commits so I don't lose all of this. Add most of the functionality for the C# client. Alright. Let's get that pushed up. Cool. Okay. So yeah, I think, man, yep, we made a really good choice switching over to the JSON document, like the document object model, parsing method, as C. Anhorn was recommending anyway. And the main reason for it is just simply, you know, we can't dictate the order that these props might get thrown into the object. So trying to assume that would lead us down a really brittle path. And yeah, all right, cool. So we can take a quick like second to breathe. We don't want to do anything with those examples or foo.text. The orb YAML, meh. The button.lock, meh. So yeah, none of these things are needed. We should do some get diff and get some of that stuff lined up. And I'm going to use a different terminal. All right, so we got to add Vexilla types, or is that getting removed? I think that's actually removed. And then here in our test, we needed to update that. Yep. Okay, so Alright, so then we get diff this. Oh, yeah. Okie dokie, so we can close the debugger for now. We're gonna have some stuff to fix for sure. But I think in the meantime, I want to think about how do we want to create our types in a way that are usable? And I think that's just classes, right? Oh. Yeah, close that. Get out of here. Close socket. Get out of here. And that. Oh, and yeah, so hold on. We moved everything in that folder, so we can just close the writer stuff for now. Okay, cool. Let's look at this again. Ooh, and yeah, let's do this here. All right, yeah, let's get that one up to date. All right, so feet update, CLI output for JS, TS, Rust, and Go. I think those are a bug, so I don't want to commit that yet. We do probably want to add this. Nope, we don't want to commit that either. Yeah, we were just fiddling with that to make a point earlier. We can get rid of that. Cool. So wait, did client-C# come back? I think it did. For a reason I was not expecting, it did some workspace junk. So we can get rid of that. Call it good. Anything else here? We should probably get rid of the example files. I think that part's fine. Yeah, alright, cool. And yeah, how you doing, Widgler? What you up to? Close some of these. Making your own bass guitar design? Cool. Yeah, we can close all this JSON stuff. Maybe, depending on where you live. Okie dokie. So now, let's think about what the output's going to be from our CLI tool. Mateus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What you up to? Oolong tea? Sounds fun. This is the whiskey and water, like normal. Okay, so the tool that we're going to work on next is our CLI tool, right? In which we take in a language, some prefix and suffix stuff for, like, you know, types generated, right? And what we end up wanting to do is just generate some types or values that abstract out some of these magic strings from the user. Right, we generate a bunch of types, then we generate some functions that output those values. So this is basically the way that our Go code ended up working. I think instead we can just do static stuff in C# and call that fine. And by making it static by default, then it's totally immutable. And Go basically has no concept of const, or at least like immutable. So yeah, that's why we had to do some magic there. For the Rust code, we were able to turn it into enums, which is nice. And for the JS code, right, we just output to an object, which is not immutable. So we may want to consider something about that, but I think we're pretty good. The whole goal is to prevent our consumers, our users, from having to type any strings that look like this, or even the pretty version that would look like a name or something, right? All they would need to do is type scheduled.features.before global start or something, right? So basically, this is the group name. And oh, interesting. So we got gradual group here. We got scheduled there instead of scheduled group. So I think there's one thing we're actually missing from all these. We're not calling out the group names or the group IDs, and we end up needing those for sure. Oh, so no, gradual.name. That's fine. I think our JS is missing the gradual.name. But that's not a big deal. Here in the Go, we do get the .name, and that part's fine. So yeah, the main gist is we need to create a C# output for this same stuff. Yeah, so really the template's the first place we want to start thinking about this. We should probably start ordering these in some way, but for now, we'll just do this. This is going to be the C#. Ooh, yeah, so for types here, we need to add C# to the list. Just making sure I got enough whiskey. I had to leave enough whiskey for the off chance that I get a cluster headache. Gotta make sure I don't run out of that. But yeah, so we add that. Let's slam this down. And yeah, that should be plenty. That is more than enough whiskey to deal with a cluster headache. All right, so our next bit. What is this function overall going to end up looking like? Well, it's a namespace. I might need to look at how we're doing some of our other stuff in the C# package. Yeah. So we'd end up doing a namespace. We'd call it Vexilla.client, probably. Do I end up needing the collections generic thing? Yes, that's where dictionary comes in. I don't think we end up needing the dictionary type, so we just need to namespace this. So let's hack one out real quick. So this would end up being something like toggle group. So class toggle group ends up having a public static name. Public static class and the name. Semicolons for the props, but that's about it. Oh, and this is string. Ooh, hold on. We definitely want to do static string name that. I'm going to guess that we can't do like a nested class, like public static class foo. Yeah. I want something to encapsulate these string values. All this is a string lookup table to prevent people from having to do magic strings. String enums are not that well supported. That is what I'm looking for, yes. Now hold on, the nested part. Would a nested public static class also be global, or would it still be within that, like, the class's namespace? Right, you can have nested classes, right? Yeah, so we could do that. So basically, we looked it up before. C# string enum. Right? And it's too much rigmarole. It's gross. And it would end up being global at the same time anyway. So it doesn't save us from any of that. It just means we have way more, like, complexity to defining this. What's up, Cianhorn? Yeah, you missed it. I said Cianhorn was right. We ended up using the JSON document technique instead of the JSON converter. Because JSON converter, we'd have to be able to assume what order the props come in on. And we just can't. So yeah, we had to opt out of the JSON converter. Because we can't determine, like, we can't be sure what order the props are going to be in. Right, so it'd end up looking something like this. Public static class. Yep, exactly. So then public static class features, and then we just want to define these values as lookups like this. Okay, so yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do. Yeah, exactly, Cianhorn, right? That's why I real like, are you actually saying you think enum's right, or are you just saying enum because it's common in other languages? Like, are you actually familiar with .NET enough to be making that recommendation? I think that's the important part, I real. Alright, so let me grab this chunk and just put it somewhere else. Ah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know how well Java string enums work, because, you know, it's just not something I'm dealing with at the moment. Calling name of? So why would I want to do that, Cowboy? This is all for the consumer of this thing. No. Just remember, this is for the consumer of what we're doing. The whole thing they need to be able to do is something to the effect of, and hold on, let me find it. Instead of saying gradual right here, we'd want to do something like Vexilla.client. Oh, hold on. Oops. Vexilla.client.gradual group. And that's it. Right? .name. That's it. So what would name of save me in that context? Nothing. We might not even need that, and it would be like boom, right? That's fine. As the, like, the name of the class prop? No, because we want it to be not necessarily like the name value. That's less useful. We actually want them to use the ID. So instead, the goal would be that ideally they're just doing group.id or .group.id. If they wanted to do .name, then they can, but like the name of thing is meh. Like, who cares? All right, so here's our string template a little bit. I could actually just, yeah, let's think about how the values are coming in, right? We're going to have groups that we loop over in the same way that we're doing it up here. It is going to be namespaced. Yeah, no worries, Iril. Just pointing it out. That's why different languages are different languages, because there's different things about them. Alright, so yeah, it would be the name of the group there. Then we'd do public static string name. What do we call the group name? It's just, ooh, hold on. So yeah, what we're passing into these is going to be somewhat different. So we should probably even figure out how we want to generate all this too. Okay, so C#, we pass in all the published groups. We get our type and, type prefix and type suffix, and we want to then generate some name values for the user. Right? So name and struct name are somewhat different. So name is... Hold on. I think we've got a bug in here about the name that we're giving it. Trying to remember why we did this way. The DevRel talk? It was good. Yeah, it was chill. Were you lurking Bash Bunny or something at the time? Or were you just hanging out in that same DevRel talk? Yeah, I think one of the big things they kind of glossed over that they should have covered is the fact that, going to conferences is a good way to actually become familiar with the community of other DevRels, right? If you want to be a DevRel, get to know other DevRels. Because you know what? The senior DevRels out there are going to become DevRel leads at various companies, and then they need to hire other DevRels underneath them. So building up that network, it's actually a very, very small group. So getting used to speaking and hanging out with other DevRels at conferences is actually hugely worth it. Like, massively worth it. Right? Director of DevRel, DevRel lead, whatever. All those people end up needing to hire other DevRels, and if you know them, that's an easier way to get in. Yeah. I don't think it was worth me, like, jumping into the conversation about that. Because, again, I don't work DevRel, so I don't know for sure. I don't want to, like, mislead people too much. But the more conferences I go to that I speak at and chill and hang out with other DevRels, the more confident I am that I can get a DevRel job eventually. Wouldn't that be the shit if I could just stream everything I do for work at some point too? We could go back to starting stream in the morning. That'd be awesome. People in Europe think that would be really good, right? Because I used to stream like real early in the morning, starting at like 8 or 9 a.m. And I consider that real early in the morning. And yeah, we had like a much more like European crowd. So yeah, this is actually helping me realize that I have a flaw in how I'm doing some of this stuff. Because there's gonna be the pretty name, and then there's gonna be like a raw name. And raw name is actually what I need for the lookups. So we've got a flaw with all of these other implementations too, I think. Now, Pascal case is actually what we want, but yeah, I want to create a raw name. And that's just group.name. But yeah, did you not get a chance to stay and listen for that long there, Bob? I think they do recordings if you ever want to check out the recording of that that space. Holy shit, dude. So I think I can say this number. I can't say any client numbers or anything, but at work, we process something like 1 billion Prometheus metrics per day, based on all the clients we have, etc. It's a lot of shit. We got some big clients that I can't name. But that's crazy. But it does look like we're handling some of that scale, which is also kind of crazy. Basically, one client just doubled how many metrics we have to deal with per day. I just saw the numbers over here on the side. Like, yeah, dude, crazy numbers. All right, so yeah, let's keep doing some of this. We got our raw names in there. I think I kind of want to do the same thing for all of those too. We do have raw group name over in the Rust. Tembo. Are you saying the company that that Darren was talking about? Right, the company he just started, like, you know, going full time for? I'm trying to remember, is that the name? I don't know why I lost it. Yeah, Tembo. Okay, yep. Yeah, that seems cool. Yeah, nice. And hey, what's up, Lady Blue Notes? How you doing? Pretty good. I'm doing well. I gotta look at some of this output. I think I messed up some of this. Yeah, this should actually just be raw name. I don't think name is actually necessary anymore. Hey, Bob, did I know? Hey, thanks. Yeah, Bob, are you actually, like, looking at checking out Tembo? I think you had said that, like, it seems like something your work is gonna, like, might need. Like, at least it fills a void. There might be other products, too, that you gotta evaluate. But yeah, that's awesome. This is gonna be class. was fine chatting. Yeah, how you doing? Right, yeah, just less providers, right? Just one thing that you gotta scale instead of a dozen things you gotta scale. Yeah, that makes sense, Bob. And really, this could just be name. And yeah, thank you again, Bob. Appreciate you. Yeah, so name and raw name is what we care about. So I want to go back and do a bunch of this too. So yeah, raw name and name. I like that convention. I think we're good. And at this point, it actually kind of means we could probably abstract out this whole mapping function to something else too. And then only pass in the function we care about here. So that'll simplify these things too. So yeah, we're gonna get that abstraction going because I think that's gonna be hugely useful. Because disclaimer text groups output, disclaimer text groups output, disclaimer text groups output, and disclaimer text groups output. So it's really like all the same junk. We just need to pass in our idiomatic variable name stuff. Okay. Right, so this is going to be a function that we create. parse group. Oh, right. But parts group. Needs to be a higher order function. Right, we'll pass in the type prefix and suffix. Oh. Okay, so we go up here, and then this is parse group. And type suffix. But yeah, Lady Blue Notes, you plan on streaming anytime soon? No worries if not trying to stress you. Think so? Nice. What are your plans for stream, if any? Ooh, and published group is what we're looking for there. And what up, Ripsnake? What are you up to? Keep getting caught up with work stuff? I mean, that's more important, for sure. Yeah, I'm like debating whether I'm going to be working or gaming tonight on gaming stream. I definitely missed the opportunity to thaw some chicken, so... maybe dumplings tonight? This is just TypeScript. Game? Oh, you want to watch some more more League of Legends? Yeah, I'm probably going to do dumplings tonight. Yeah, we're doing Vexilla stuff. This is just raw TypeScript because we're building out our CLI for transforming things. Yeah, totally. Uh-huh. I totally believe you. Where's Nate Codes and his custom Kappa face? I know he has an emote for it, right? Oh, and yeah. This is going to be transform or name transformer. All right, so we end up doing that. That massively simplifies our individual functions here. Now I just need to make all the other stuff do the same thing. And this one is also Pascal. So here's the thing, I like League, but I dislike Riot. I think the real answer is, how do they feel about Riot as a company? That's how you can tell if they're a human being or not. Yeah, I don't like Riot either. Toxic as fuck. The worst. But I can't stop playing Singed, man. I really like playing Singed, and no other game has Singed. So I'm stuck. All Dota would have to do is implement a 1-to-1 copy of Singed, and I'm in. I love Singed, I hate Riot. Yeah, exactly. No, it should click. It's a very, very, very fun type of champion. Right? That mechanic doesn't exist in any other MOBA. Seriously, any MOBA, just give me a Singed. Right? The Dota character would be called Toasted or something, right? Just give me a character called Toasted, and we're good. Oh, I used to play Destiny too, it's fine. I stopped after they started going too heavy on the expansions. Right? I used to get every expansion, but then it started feeling less and less worthwhile. But no, I used to play Destiny. It was fun. I think I played a Guardian or Sentinel or whatever the ones that I mean, I had one of each. I actually had a Sentinel or whatever. I had a Warlock. I even had one of the other ones too. Because you'll hit the, you'll hit the peak thing and then you'll just... Titan was the Sentinel. Yeah. I had one of each actually, because I played enough of the game where I'd hit the level cap and then I'd just go play the other. So yeah, there was a point at which I had a max level Warlock, Titan, and Hunter. Yeah, Titan's fun. So what's charming about Singed piqued your curiosity. Loving Singed is not something you hear every day. No, the people that hate Singed are the ones that have to play against him. Those are the only people that hate Singed, the ones that don't play him. It's like Teemo's. Teemo mains love Teemo. Nobody else does. Same thing. I'm a Singed main. I love playing Singed. It's awesome. It's the best. The mechanic of just lay down a poison trail and bait people into chasing you, and then just running out, scraping by with a sliver of health is so fun. It's the best. It's so good. When you escape, right? I want to, if I were to take the Singe thing perfectly, right? Like, just, if I were to really, like, go and make a, like, maybe a profile or a scene collection or something in OBS, I would absolutely have some sound effects that I'd press a button, and if I escape with my life, I would play, like, the soundbite from, Green Jelly's song, like the Little Pig song, right? The Three Little Pigs song by Green Jelly. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Like, I'd totally play that sound clip every time I escape with, like, a very small sliver of life. And I know Caustic, but Caustic's not the same thing. He does the poison, and he tries to get you to run into an area that has his poison traps. Instead, Singe lays down a trail behind him. Like a trail of smoke behind him that fades over time. Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about this. I had that thought in the shower earlier today. If I were to actually set up a Singe-specific, like, scene or something, yeah, I would have some, like, sound effects to play if I escape with, like, a sliver of life. It'd be good. It'd be pretty good. I'm sure there's, like, you know, I could even do, like, the Samsonite. I was way off, right? I don't know. I think that counts. But yeah, there's plenty of things I could do to, like, really optimize around a Singe stream. I need to set that stuff up. But have we talked about how lazy I am yet? I haven't even updated my YouTube command. Right? Not that one, but the one about, like, hey, help me to get to 1,000 subs. I've got over 1,000 subs now. I still haven't changed that command. It's too much work. You can despise Singe as much as you want. I'm guessing you're a Garen main. Maybe a Gangplank main? What do you main? Chatting. Teemo main? Honestly, I can beat a Teemo after level 6 sometimes. I can beat a Vayne after level 6 sometimes. Depending on the Vayne, depending on the Teemo. Something we don't see enough of? I won't guess it. I mean, so just say your lane at least. Is it a top lane champion? Right? Give us a few questions to, like, really help us narrow it down. Top lane main, secondary JG with the same champ. Okay, not same champ. Okay, just double checking. So your top main, it's one we don't see much. Is it something you played years ago as well? Like, is it a champ that you got used to, like, you know, 10 plus years ago or 10-ish years ago? Because if so, I'm going to guess Rise. And at that point, do you have, like, a callus on your forehead from just rolling your forehead over the Q, W, E, R keys from, like, back in the day? Possibly even a scar from it? Okay, so it's not Rise. All right. Top lane. I don't see top lane Cho that much. He's a fun champ. Top lane female. It's pretty rare to see a Lowy up there. It's doable, it happens. Poppy, meh, pretty rare. Yeah, I don't know. Are they tanky or are they like a carry? I bet you're trying to bamboozle us. Is it a Rek'Sai? Did you play top lane Rek'Sai? Okay, it's a carry. Oh, you play Quinn. It's Kale? Ooh, I played a Kale just the other day. I haven't seen it be that rare, actually. Yeah, I haven't played against many Kales since her rework. Her rework, I'm glad that they made her Q actually a skill shot instead of just an automatic. But yeah, like, Kale's tough. I was able to beat Kale one-on-one in a couple cases, but yeah, she's tough. I mean, a lot of those champs are champs that you just need to gank early, and they're fucking, like, too far behind to actually catch up until they start, like, you know, like, split pushing again. Because, yeah, Kale can split push like a monster. But if our jungler knows what they're doing, they'll shut down the Kale as quick as possible, and then you're kind of behind until after laning phase, right? Same with a Quinn, same with a Vayne. Like, yeah, most of those. The problem is, as a top laner, especially when Nate Codes is my jungler, I don't seem to get ganks. I'm just seeing if Nate's lurking right now. That's my test. Now, he even mentioned it. Part of his excuse is that I'm always pushed up. I'm not always pushed up. Last game, I wasn't pushed up at all. And still didn't see him until, like, level 10. But again, he's right there in voice chat. I could just ask for a gank, too, you know? But yeah, for some reason, junglers ignore top lane a lot, which makes sense, especially when there's a Singed up there. Because it doesn't matter. Singed can feed for the first half of the game, and then, you know, they're pretty good. Whereas if you get your mid and or your bot lane, like, ahead, then the entire game's won and you don't got to do shit. So, I get it. Like, junglers should be concentrating on the other lanes. I'm not mad about it, actually. I just felt like talking some smack. Minecraft? I've never played any Minecraft. I wouldn't mind, like, a Terraria match at some point. I'm not that into the whole building aspect, right? Even when I play Terraria, I cheese the building a bit. Right? I don't make, like, pretty structures. I make competitive structures. Not competitive, but, like, you know, structures that cheese the other people, right? Like the zombies and bullshit. I forget what they, like, all the enemies in Terraria. But yeah, I don't know. Meh. I'm not much into the building stuff. Wow, so the Rust, the Go, and the C# end up all being the same output, basically. Or the same, like, parsing and casing. The TypeScript ends up changing a bit. But really, we end up just changing that to camel case and we're good. Work up to building a nuke? Oh, man. Gnarly. How about this? If anyone wants to start like a group civilization game. There we go. Right? Who wants to get in on a group civilization game? I feel like Civ would benefit a lot from like the Words with Friends model. Where you get like a notification on your phone or whatever and you go and like, you know, just make your turn and then, hey, yep. And you could just do like a turn a day. You'd have to like adjust the time scale. But that'd be fine. In Civilization, not like roleplay necessarily, but just more like a multiplayer game in which, you know, it's not like a rush to get a bunch of turns done in a day. If you get like a big enough, like, you know, you get a group of like 8 people or something, sitting through like an entire like group of turns sucks, right? But if you just have it as like the time scale is good enough to where like you can just do one a day, that'd be great. Because then it's like, you know, not taking too much of your time. You just log in, do your one turn, see how things turned out. Like, that'd be kind of fun. And it would prevent Civilization from, you know, eating up 3 days of your life. Because it's so easy to just do one more turn, you know? It'd be one of those things where, like, you've got a day to do your turn, and if you don't do it, then you just skip. That would be tricky, but I think it'd be good. I think it'd be a cool mechanic. Exactly. Yep. That'd be the move. I think it would work out just great. Oh, chatting. Yeah, like, Civilization's one of those games where I can't start a game unless it's the weekend, and then I better be totally willing to throw out my entire sleep schedule. Dave the Diver's almost that way. Oh, you know what? I could just do, like, one more dinner service and then, like, go to the next day. Oh, well, it's the next day. I might as well, like, you know, pick my veggies on my farm and, like, you know, grab all the fish that spawned. There's, like, always one more thing you can do. Like, Dave the Diver is real close to the addictiveness of, like, Civilization, but Civilization somehow makes time disappear as well, which is a problem. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. I'm tweeting it. I don't think I've tweeted that one before. Whoa! 9 fucking like, dude, I just checked my Twitter earlier. How the fuck did 9 notifications happen? Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that real quick. Don't say sorry. No, don't you dare. Like, is that some tweet you did? Hell yeah, thank you. Yeah, what's going on here? Aw. Aw, thank you. Yeah, huge. I did all 9. No, she did all 9? Nah. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna retweet that, because that's just awesome. Earend doesn't have a Twitter? Yeah, he just went live, too. He's great. Why doesn't he have a Twitter? Doesn't he want to, like, promote his games and shit? Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Let me thumbs up everything. The clap. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Zudev, she has a good stream. I've only caught like a little bit of one of her streams, but yeah, really good stream. I don't like all that. No, thank you. Yeah. Don't say sorry. I swear, I looked at my Twitter like an hour ago, and like there was nothing. So yeah, I was like, fuck it. I'll make a tweet. Yeah, that would make sense to me, chatting. I get you. Let me point this out. Like, I had a Twitter, but I never used it. And because of streaming, I ended up getting like 1,000 followers on Twitter and figured I might as well start posting. Yeah, no worries, Lady Blue Notes. Go enjoy year-end stream. No worries, I'm kidding. Head wherever you want. Do whatever you gotta do. No stress. There's too many good streamers. So this is actually really good. I'm pumped that we've got the C# SDK in a good place. We're going to finish this transformer. We're going to finish the output of all the others and make sure they still work. Generic Al? I mean, you missed it. We've been doing C# for the past, like, week. Where have you been? That's your fault. If you want to watch some of those vids, I would recommend going and checking out my YouTube channel, because I got some live VODs over there. You know, if you want to see the progress that you missed up to this point, because we're basically, like, not like done, but we're like basically done with the C# SDK. So you kind of missed out. I believe the next one that people voted on is going to be PHP. So we're going to be doing a PHP SDK here soon. Right, DM Mulroy is currently working on the OCaml SDK, and he's going to have some stuff that we can look at next Tuesday, which is going to be awesome. We'll be starting next Thursday a recurring schedule with Bad Cop to do either a Bash SDK or a C++ SDK, somewhere around there. Up to them. Whatever they want to do, I'm down for it. I think the C SDK is like something I really want to see happen, because I think then we could use the C SDK inside of Zig, which would be awesome. And yeah, after PHP, we'll probably move on to something like Kotlin? Or I could hack out some of the lighter ones. They actually own the boosting communities that, sell boosting? Oof. Wait, really? Yeah, exactly, generic Al. The Kotlin or Java, right, whichever one people prefer. I think Kotlin would be more fun to work on, just like as showing some stuff. Swift Objective-C is on the table. Yeah. Let's go look at what we got. I don't think I have one of those at the moment, but that's something that we can definitely work on. If we go look at what we got, yeah, we don't have the Objective-C or Swift version here either. So we could work on both. Yeah, chatting, that's shady. Like, that is so shady. Here's something I don't like about it. They're actually, like, they're incentivized. Whatever you say. It's sad that you're that superficial there, Jitu. Or Juto, or whatever. It's sad that you're that superficial. Were you just commenting on the fact that my beanie was crooked? Well, that happens. Technically, whiskey tends to do that. You can tell how much I've had to drink by how crooked my beanie gets. If you ever see me in this state, ooh, you should call me a cab. Like, for sure. I should probably just head home. If you ever see me out and about in this state, probably had a little too much. How's it going, Steve? Again, I don't want to bring up too much drama. You were right about your comments. The only problem I had was the fact that you said you didn't want to be unbanned. Most people who say they don't want to be unbanned are total trolls, right? It's like one of the trolliest ways to respond to being banned, right? Your comments were fine, but the whole I don't want to be unbanned, like, that rhetoric is like a real good heuristic of identifying a troll. I did go back and look at it, and you're totally right. And you didn't unfollow, which was actually the biggest thing. You didn't do the unfollow. If you had unfollowed, I would have just assumed that you didn't want to hang out anymore anyway. So, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Let me just say I'm sorry. You're right. The original ban was not necessary. The unban request with just a sincere, hey, you know, blah, 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 like, I'm not sure I necessarily needed to be banned, but I do enjoy your stream. Bam. That would have been a really good unban request. Because then I'd look at it and recognize that you didn't need to be unbanned. Or that you didn't need to be banned in the first place. No, you're good, Steva. I'm just throwing it out there and letting you know. You were right. The original ban was not necessary, and I fucked up. But the messages you sent, oh man, they almost solidified the ban. Right? I'm just saying. But really, like, no, you were sincere and actually, like, really cool in your messages. But yeah, no worries. Welcome back. Again, mostly my fault. So don't worry about it. I really, really did look at your continuing to follow to recognize that, yeah, you should be here too. So what are these SDKs for? They are for Vexilla, my feature flag tool. What you're seeing right now are the SDKs I've previously written for the 0.x version of Vexilla, and we're currently working on the SDKs for the version 1.x of Vexilla. Oh, really? Yeah, do you want to, like, link it out? If you want, if it doesn't dox you. If it does, then don't worry about it. I don't want to dox you. I'm just, yeah, if it's something you want to share, feel free. Let me make sure you can do links. If so, no worries if not. Honestly, I'm glad to see you there. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so before I can end stream today, I need to finish implementing the transformer end template for these things. Nah, like, dude, nah, no stress. Swivel. That's a good name, actually. I like it. Strategy-driven, segmented feature toggles. Ooh. The keywords are strong with this one. Oh, and it's old. Like 9 years ago? Damn! Yeah, 9 years ago, I don't even think I knew what feature flags were. So yeah, good work. A/B testing becomes a breeze. Yeah, feature flagging is basically a gradual release with, you know, measurement of the analytics, right? Like, yeah, gradual release with analytics. I'm curious, how did you end up implementing the gradual release, like, algorithm? Is there a file you could link us to? Because I'm basically just hashing a string value that you pass me. And it could also be a number value, but I just stringify that number value. Hey, no worries, Robotech. And yeah, my hash algorithm is basically stable at 1,000 users. I think there's like a 600 or 700 like cutoff for the stability of it. Well, I mean, when I say algorithm, it's just like a function for turning a string into a number between 0 and 100, right? Calling it a hashing algorithm is generous, to say the least. And yeah, no worries, Robotech. Have a good night. Yeah, see you again soon. And how you doing, Come Tacos? You're making me regret the fact that I didn't thaw my chicken quick enough, so I can't eat tacos tonight. Tomorrow will be taco night, because I want tacos again. They're super good. Jason, I have no idea. I think AI is going to continue some hype for a little bit. But yeah, Wasm might be a big one. Yeah, no worries, Steva. Yeah, just remember that Vexilla.github.io is like the version 0.x. It only supports gradual and toggle flags. 1.x supports like selective and value flags. So selective would be if you want to have a group of maybe like a certain user type, like beta, alpha, whatever. Maybe only users from a certain organization, etc., right? You could list them into a thing that you change on the fly. And then value is like, hey, do you want to replace like a bit of like text on your site, or maybe a dollar value for your pricing, things like that. And then I also add scheduling with version 1.x as well. So yeah, the 1.x I think adds a bunch of features that just you have to like pay for with a bunch of the other providers. For Growthbook, if you want scheduling, yeah, you're gonna pay them money. I think for Launch Darkly, if you want scheduling, yeah, you're gonna go Enterprise, which is, right? I will never be able to afford an enterprise license for any of the software I consume. Like, not gonna happen. Ton of buzz about low code for larger apps. Yeah. I think the AI stuff is still like early stage. I think next year we're going to be really like seeing a lot of like AI tools like v0.dev, like the Vexilla thing. But we're going to see like other people making the same basic thing. Right? And at that point, you know, plugging in a Figma or a InVision or any of these other things into AI and generating a full application from it, that could be a thing at some point. So I think we're going to see that mature a bit. Maybe not like perfectly, but at some point passing a link from some of these other tools into a generator like v0.dev to then get the thing that you just plug some other shit into to make it nice. Yeah, I think low code is basically going to end up being like that, right? Which makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I think that sounds awesome. There's going to be some company that does it right that's going to get bought by Figma, so that Figma can roll it into their like main platform. Someone's going to make it and get bought by Figma. Technically get bought by Adobe, right? I'm not even saying prompt-based. I'm saying there's going to be tools that can consume a Figma design without a prompt and make the code for it. That shit will exist. That is the next step from the prompt-based design with customization. Yeah, the design itself is the prompt. I think that's the next step that we're going to see. And that might be when I finally start using AI. Yeah. For sure. Right? The key would be, well, how do you make it responsive? And that'll be something a developer has to then still go do. But it's more doable at that point. It's like less steps. I think it'll still have problems with like design systems and like reusable tokens and things like that. So the dev will most likely end up, their job will be filling in the reusable tokens versus like the raw values that are spit out from Figma. But eventually, could you plug those tokens into Figma too? Yeah, totally. There you go, Stevo. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, at least for me as a dev, something that can consume a Figma and generate the relevant React components, that's huge. That's next level. That's like the future to me. Yeah, that's the next like hot thing that'll happen for web devs, at least. For front-end devs. For organizations doing front-end dev. Right? Prompt-based is cool, but it has no idea what your design system is like. Anything that can bring in a design system and generate relevant output code for that, ooh, buddy, that's the future. So yeah, I think we'll continue to see AI get iterated upon, but we will see AI end up getting into the trough of sorrow. And again, right? Trough of sorrow graph. Right? This right here, it's the startup curve or whatever. Any technology follows this curve. Right? So we're hitting like the peak. We're in this portion right now of, oh my God, AI is the bee's knees. And we're going to be in the trough of sorrow here next year. And there's going to be companies actually making this shit work. They're going to be going through a bunch of like trials and tribulations, and the thing they implement isn't what devs needed. And eventually, boom, we're going to hit that as far as like generating code from designs. And I'm here for it. I don't mind. Because I still don't think AI is going to be able to make a properly like URL driven application, right? Using query params to populate the data into it. So instead, we'll be using AI to generate the visual components for us and some of that stuff. And then we'll just be plugging in how the data needs to map into those visual components. And I still think that'll be a lot harder for an AI to actually make. People can still tell the AI did it. Currently, yeah, sure. Right? Like even v0.dev, it has like a very like shadcn like look to it. And shadcn is going to get into the same problem that Bootstrap had, that Material UI had. Anyone that uses an existing framework without modifying it is going to look cookie cutter and boilerplate anyway. So plugging in your own design system into the generation process, that's going to blow a whole bunch of that shit away. Right? And you're not going to be able to tell AI made the visual components anymore because it matches a design system that was created by a human being. Right? Your own special, unique snowflake of a design system. So once we can do that, then it, like as a front-end dev, we're going to be making sure that we're wiring up the right things for this, such as URL state populated into the props that go into these like generated components. Bam, bam, boom, we're done. So yeah, like we'll still be like gluing together the state of our application and passing props to these components that were generated in the same way that we do basically that same exact thing right now with component libraries that exist. Right? So AI is basically just going to replace the component library aspect. I can see that. Yeah, I don't think AI will ever be an end-to-end solution for what we're talking about. Like, and when I say ever, I mean within my lifetime. But maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. And with the amount of whiskey I consume, my lifetime might not be that long anyway. Right? 20 years? That's fine. I don't think I would make a good 70-year-old. My knees are already kind of fucked. Yeah, that makes sense, Jason. I mean, let me put it this way, though. Are you going to tell me that this is immediately obvious as a Bootstrap 3 theme? I don't believe you. So it's up to the user to consume it and adapt it in a way that matters. Right? Here's another one for you. Are you going to tell me that this is immediately obvious from looking at any of these pages and components that this is Bootstrap? Nah, man. Not at all. No way in hell. Right? So with enough effort, Bootstrap 3 doesn't look like Bootstrap 3, but no one puts in that effort, right? So that's all I'm getting at there. Yeah, it's really cool. Right? But for the most part, people don't modify component frameworks enough to make them actually like its own unique special snowflake. Easier to do it from scratch? I don't know. I don't know. All right, hold on. I'm gonna shill this real quick. All right, this needs to go far and wide. All right, this is such a good tweet. Again, I stole that quote, so someone's probably already done it before, but I feel like what's old is new again. So yeah, retweet it if you can, comment, like, do whatever you got. I would appreciate it. No stressing. No worries, no stress. Thank you all. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, let's continue this, because I'm not going to let myself stop streaming today until we have this working. We've already massively updated what's going on in here. Oh, I forgot to replace this part. Oh. So hold on. This is going to be generic name transformer. This is going to be top level name transformer. And it's still also that typo, because I am lazy. So if we look at this one, the group name is the top level name transformer. All right, so we got errors here now because this is a little trickier. Case.Pascal, case.Pascal. And then, nope, this one is case.Camel. Oh, and you know what? I'm going to leave that. Yeah, case.Pascal, case.Camel. Yeah, and then this one... Yeah, this one's the same thing. Okay. Lazy devs ship? Yeah, a little bit. All right, so the C#, we need to work on our template again. so this is the output that we're going to be looking at. We got raw name, name, ID, environments, features. Raw name, name on those two. Raw name is the string that we want to return. Name is like the key for that. So in C#, that's just name. And actually, they're the same thing, aren't they? So then this is raw name. Oh, and this is just, did I call it group ID? It's just ID. Ooh, we're already messing up because I'm forgetting quotes. All right, 7:10 p.m. Yeah, we got this. So that's going to be the name of our group. The transformed name. Oh, and this is a loop of... All right, let's look at this. So environments is an array. We need to loop over those environments and generate the class for those. Yeah. All right, so within environments, yeah, environments and features are separate because they're all common between the group. So yeah, public static class, this is then gonna be public static string. Oh, and no, this is just name is equal to raw name. let me look at this function again. Actually, hold on. Let me look at some of these again. Oh, I actually want to do this. And really it's just environments. And this is no longer raw name, this is just ID. There we go. That's what I was messing up. Implementing an interface in template strings is an unsolved problem? A little bit. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I can't think of an easier way to do this, though. Like, for all languages, etc. I really like that C# allows us to do nested classes, especially like nested static classes. This is awesome, actually. This is pretty damn clean. Need that in PHP? Oh, PHP doesn't allow nested classes? Really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, our PHP implementation is the next on the list. So we're gonna end up figuring that out, aren't we? We're gonna end up figuring that out pretty damn well, I think. Right, I can show you an example. If you want to consume this code into your Rust code, or like, what language are you familiar with, Mesbiro, besides C#? Go, JS, or Rust as a thing to show you. And JS or TS, like, close enough. Python or JS. All right, so let's look at the JS implementation. I will export this group, gradual group, and if you wanted to like use Vexilla, it would be something like Vexilla, and that would be the client you instantiated dot should, right? And for the should function, you would pass, ooh, and hold on, it would be more like name, and then ID. Right? We haven't regenerated these types yet, so give it a sec. But yeah, so ID here would be blah, blah, blah. Sure. Right? You could actually pass gradual group dot ID. And then the feature name you want to do would be gradual group dot features dot, and you get all of this right there, right? So testing working gradual. So what it's trying to do is, when you're consuming the feature flags in your application code, do you need to do a magic string for this ID or the name of the feature, right? Because technically, hold on, let me make this obvious, right? If we were to do something like this, those would actually be the same exact result, right? These two lines are the same. What the first one is doing is preventing you from needing to do magic strings in your application, because a typo within one of those would fucking suck to debug. So instead, you can run this tool at, I would say, build time or CI/CD time to grab the types, and it would actually fail if those types are actually out of sync with what you're doing as a dev, right? But as a dev, you could fetch these things and have them, and you'd ignore the result of it, sure, because you want to generate that on the fly. But the result would mean that you're writing this instead of this, which means you get tab completion and no more magic strings. So you get some type safety from consuming your completely dynamic feature flag file that's up in the cloud. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Right? As an example, yeah, the bucket the user is in would be like a Vexilla dot should custom string or something, right? At which point you'd pass all of this other stuff. But maybe the feature is some selective thing, right? And then the string you want to pass us is just like, yeah, do you want to pass this out to all beta users? Sure. All that means is beta needs to be within the list that's assigned to your selective feature in Vexilla. And selective is just an array of strings that you want to check that user against. So then you would pass in not necessarily beta, but more like user dot group, and then that would be beta, right? So again, you define what groups get allowed, and then at runtime you're just passing the group as an ID value, like as a value from somewhere, right? Maybe it's the organization string for like an org in your time. If you want to release a feature out to a select number of orgs so they get it quicker and you can test it and blah 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 before releasing it to everybody, things like that. But at the end of the day, like, that part's less meaningful, and it's more about making sure that the consumer of our SDK doesn't have to write magic strings in their application ever again. They get a fully type-checked object or constant or whatever, enum maybe, that they can pass into these things. And it's all going to be dependent upon what a language supports. Yeah, exactly. So that's the main gist. So we're currently working on the CLI, which is the tool that does that extraction of these constants or enums or whatever from your JSON file that's actually just fully dynamic, and I can't predict any of this shit, so we have to like fetch it and build it at certain steps in your like dev process. And I look at this as just yet another way that we're making feature flags scalable in some way, but also making our users have like the best possible way of doing that. Just jumped in mid-sentence. Am I using some source generators or anything for the C# implementation? So lazy, you're missing it. Basically, our CLI tool is just TypeScript. And I'm fetching the JSON file, and I'm using templates to generate those types for other things. So it's not really like a source generator, rather it's just like templatized strings. But I can output those templatized strings, and once it's in a file, it's usable within your language as long as it supports like the bare minimum language version or something, right? So for C#, I would make sure that I'm building this in a way that satisfies any version of C# that you would end up using it in, right? So currently I'm targeting like version 7. I bet I could even go lower with some of this output. Because the version my SDK has to support is totally different from, well, I mean, I guess they'd probably be the same version. So that's one major reason why I'm trying to support like the, you know, the baseline. So again, lazy. .NET Standard is separate from the C# version used to compile the library for it. Keep that in mind. .NET Standard is concerned about what ships with the standard library, right? What's in your standard library, etc. Whereas the C# version, that is more about like what the user's going to compile it to that becomes intermediate language within the VM, and then it doesn't matter. So I could have a library that's written in C# 11, and as long as, you know, you're bringing it into your like application, that C# 11 can be cross-compiled down to C# 7 like intermediate code just fine. So yeah, like the C# stuff gets a little like crazy. It's like the most like, they have so many versions of the standard library, they have so many versions of the language itself, and none of these things are actually the same thing, right? They have overlaps and they have concerns amongst each other, but they're not the same thing. So .NET Standard versus C# version, those are actually completely unrelated. You're thinking of .NET version instead of C# version. So C# version determines what syntax I'm allowed to use, right? .NET version determines what's available in the standard library. And yeah, how you doing, Raimu, Mr. Sir? What you up to? Haven't seen you stream for a bit. I assume holidays and various things. Yeah, what you doing? I am gonna have to use the restroom because I broke the seal, and I got the whiskey in me. Yeah, exactly, young Steve-O. So, yep. C# version is completely disparate from .NET version. Now, there could be some relations between them, but as far as I know, you can't think about one when thinking about the other. Yeah, I know you've been streaming, I just didn't see it the past, like, week or so. Past couple weeks. I know you've been streaming, because you've shouted me out and I've seen it in my timeline. In my activity feed, or whatever they call it. I've totally seen that. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm curious about the analytics of it even. Hold on, let's go look. Numbers are not amazing. Yeah, like numbers are going down. I haven't streamed working on Stream Parrot for ages. The amount of streamers that use it, you know, is going down on average. It used to be up between like 20 and 30 per day on the overlay. But streamers fall off. That's a thing. So yeah, unless I'm actively promoting it, it's gonna have like a long tail of dwindling usage. Yeah, Raimu, you're like 5 to 10% of my users, man. Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. I think there are people that have to convince themselves to click that go live button every day. And I have to convince myself to not go live if I have some shit to do. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. I had some shit to do. I had to I had to really force myself to not click the go live button on like the main stream yesterday. Now granted, I streamed on the other stream, so that worked. So yeah, if you don't see me live during the daytime, during my normal hours, I'm either at a conference or something, or I'm over on gaming chat, like doing a co-working thing. So Sundays are co-working for at least the past like month or so, and probably will be for another month or so at least. Sundays I put in like 14 hours of work, which I'm fully okay with because I fucking hate weekends. I don't like, not the idea of the weekend and like, you know, not having to have anyone like breathing down your back about like, you know, meetings and bullshit, but just the fact that my favorite things to do suck on weekends. Golfing, it's the worst on weekends. Snowboarding, it's the worst on weekends. Most of my favorite activities don't happen on weekends. The best concerts happen during the week. And when I say that, I mean like indie bands that can't sell out an arena like Climate Pledge or Key Arena or any of that bullshit, right? Same thing. Sorry, I forgot which one was which. Why is snowboarding bad on weekends? Too many fucking people. Same reason for basically everything I don't like doing on weekends. Too many fucking people. There's a Pinback lyric. On sunny days, the people on the beach are like ants in my food. They must have closed the mall. Same thing for snowboarding on a weekend. But yeah, real quick, I gotta use the restroom. I'm sorry. I broke that seal a while ago and I've got the whiskey in me. We're not overdoing it though, I don't think. So we'll see. Anyway, BRB, gotta pee. And alright, so I'm back. And yeah, basically the way I just described how I feel about too many people and all that shit, does that make me a curmudgeon? Probably. I've been a curmudgeon since I was like 11, maybe 12. Right? People fucking suck. You know? Like, yeah. So really, if I were to become a mumble rapper, my name would be Young Curmudgeon. Which is actually a fantastic sounding name, isn't it? I guess I gotta become a mumble rapper now. Shit. Early morning only. Exactly, Mesmero. Yeah, right? With too many people around, a lot of those things start to suck. Yeah, it's weird, man. Fucking people. People ruin everything. But yeah, I feel like this is something I rant about fairly often. I'm more of a counterculture person than like a culture person. Oh no, Spirit. I've been that way forever. Again, I've been that way since I was like 10 or 11. All my favorite activities suck with more people around. Going to the skate park fucking sucks on weekends. My favorite activities are better with less people around. People are the worst kind of people. Exactly. Yeah, totally. So yeah. I'm too cynical for my own good. And yeah, Sebastian, I really like that tweet. Thank you, Sebastian. Good reply. Thank you. You'll have to go check out my Twitter to see what he replied. No, I'm kidding. All he said was, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. That's my line. And then he replied, neither do I. Your stream won't let me do so. Which I'm just saying, like, my stream is actually really good for getting work done and treating me as background noise. You should be doing that, for sure. All right. Oh, I did miss 2 follows like an hour ago. So Bison or Bazanyo, maybe that's it. And then SDK. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. I think we're good with this one. We just need the ID values. Yeah, I think we're good. I think I've overcomplicated a few of these. So struct name. That one's just name. Oh, no. This would be raw name. I'm still questioning the use of dad here. But okay. We're working on a feature flag tool, right? That's Vexilla. So name is the value that we would have that is idiomatic for the language, right? Which would mean in C#, a class name is Pascal case, right? Whereas name is the literal value that's in the JSON file. Or technically raw name is the literal value that's in the JSON file. But I do end up needing a different name value, which is a good point. So we got raw name and name. Spirit. Nah, man. The code I write with whiskey or without whiskey is basically the same. Right? I'm gonna make similar mistakes with or without whiskey. As far as I understand it. Like, you know, I'll make mistakes and then come back and look at it the next day. And recognize that, oh, I could have done that differently or better. That could happen the same without whiskey, too. Right? For the most part, write code and then review it in the morning. Doesn't matter what time of day, right? But give it some time to then go review and clean it up and do whatever. Yeah, like, that's the move. That's the process. No matter what, all of your code would benefit from a good night's sleep and looking at it the next day. Every single thing. Right? Fresh perspective and all that. Like, you don't even need whiskey to do that. Just write your code and then look at it tomorrow. Ooh. But I'm out of water. Shit. All right, I need to go pour some more water. Can you all just bear with me real quick? How long have I been in the industry? That's a tougher question. I was a freelancer for a while. As a freelancer, I did a bunch of like WordPress and Magento sites. As someone getting a salary, maybe that's the question you're asking, and we could say that's about 8 years. So yeah, 8 years since I collected a salary. Or since I first started collecting a salary as a dev. So, give me a second though, I gotta use the restroom, I gotta go pour some more water. BRB. Alright, I got my water. Yeah, exactly, Spirit, right? Struggle for a day and then find the solution in the morning. Yep. Yeah, sometimes things just need time. Alright, real quick. Time for a snack. I hated freelancing. As a freelancer, you are your own sales staff. You are your own accountant, right? You're your own CFO. You have to wear too many fucking hats as a freelancer. Yeah, it's just too much shit to do. You're your own project manager, right? You have to wear every hat that a typical client agency has to wear, but you're the only one. Really good pork bites. Even sending freelance gigs, you're still your own project manager at that point, right? That's another hat that I just don't want to wear. Yeah, so I want to adapt what we're doing with this function. So generic name transformer, top level name transformer. And you know what? We can just copy that. This is safe name transformer. I don't know. I disagree. Sure, we get distracted from time to time. Like, I definitely get distracted. But it's still more productive than I'd be if I was just not streaming, because I could just play video games or crawl Reddit or Twitter for hours on end, you know? Hey, what's up, Charlie? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the short circuit operator probably would have been the exact same thing. Right? So it doesn't matter. We can short circuit it, or we can use null coalescing, like tomato, tomato, for this exact case. I guess, like, if it's falsy, it's nullish, right? But yeah, I don't know. Not a big deal. Alright, so here we go. This is the part where I was actually worried. Yeah, this here. Let's start from the top. In the JS, name is raw group name, sure. ID, group ID, sure. These are actually just name and raw name. We're not doing environment name anymore. And safe name might not have been necessary. I still feel like there's like a disconnect there that could be useful. So we don't need safe name here. Let me double check our transform function. We got some errors. Yep, that's a thing. Yeah, so ID is just ID. Yep. With the TS, yep, it's just gonna be name and right, so name there is raw name. Oh. That's just Drama Sans. Yeah, you can get it right now. With the ligatures, yep. Yeah, so raw name has to be that. That becomes that. just want to go through these, like, individually, just to be sure. We could do, like, a big ol' find and replace. I just want to make sure that we're not messing something up when we do so. We could probably even make this, like, generic if we wanted. Right, there we go. So, yeah, we're messing that up. That needs to be raw name for sure. Seems like only for the group is raw name even used. Yeah, maybe name could be named better. Plot twist. That might be like transformed name instead of just raw name, and then name is just name. I think we're good for now. We can worry about like refactoring that part later. And yeah, safe name might not even be needed anymore. There you go, name. Heard you like names, so I got a name for your name. Safe name was gonna be a name that has no like random like weird characters and no spaces. So safe name might have been just like a quick and easy. Yeah, exactly. Like a slug or something. But slugs allow hyphens. This would be without hyphens, right? Like a camel case, just safe name. Because technically the raw name could include all sorts of stuff. But I don't know if safe name is actually useful, and we might remove it later. But at the moment, we still have it. think we're pretty close. Let's go look at the errors we have here because we're passing things in the wrong order now. Let me double check this. It's generic name transformer, then top level name transformer, and then safe name transformer. And when they're all the same thing, we can just do that. Esther, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I used to know an Esther. Not a very common name. So yeah, I like that. I like having a... Right, like, my name's Chris. I'm a little envious of people that have a unique name. Or, like, a less common name. There's too many Chris's. I have these backwards. Hey, DM Leroy, Mr. Sir, how you doing? I actually went later than I expected. I was actually gonna try and raid you if I had finished 2 hours ago like I had originally planned. My bad, my bad. But yeah, how's your stream going? I saw your tweet and I think it was a tweet. I saw some of your, maybe your title or something about the fact that you were actually working on some of the PR that you'll have to review next Tuesday, right? And oh man, another raid. Yeah. I haven't even shouted out the first one, man. All right, there we go. We got the first one. Steampunk, it'll just take a minute. Give us time. But holy shit, dude. At 55 months. At 55 months, I think you're tied. I think you're tied with Raimu? And I think you both, like, hold the title for longest subs. Shit, man. That's awesome, dude. I don't think I realized that. Prime's at, like, 52, maybe 53 this month. He's, like, 1 or 2 months behind Raimu. But, yeah. Ooh, we're gonna see Functors in action? Ooh, alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm into it. Yeah, I need to get those videos published, too. I got some others I gotta publish first, of course, but yeah. The set flags got cleaned up? Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the explanation and the chatting of it. And I'm thinking, yeah, you use NeoVim. We can use that, like, live share, whatever they called it, plugin for NeoVim, and I think we can get, like, better, like, fidelity on the text. And I can zoom in farther kind of stuff. So yeah, I think that'll be cool. think that'll be a good, like, upgrade to our content. Your brain no work no more, Steampunk? Oof. Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Seth? So yeah, welcome everyone from the raids. I think we can shout out one of those raids right now. We can do at least this one. Thank you, Steampunk, as well. And yeah, Black Ocean, that's your pirate game, right? Awesome. If you ever want some help on the marketing site for your pirate game, hit us up. Oh, no. Okay, so never mind. Different thing. Black Ocean is your space game, not your pirate game. Totally different game. All right. Top-down shooter like Helldivers. Okay. Yeah, that's a fun game type. There were some good ones for Super Nintendo I remember playing back in the day. Hell yeah. But yeah, DM. I really think, that could be the move. We'll have to check that out. As long as we're not, like, doxing IP addresses or anything. That sounds great. And hold up, I almost forgot to call it out. Young Steve-O, thank you for that gifted sub. Appreciate you. So, base building and survival. Okay. Is there, like, interplanetary travel, or is it just, like, you're stuck on one planet kind of thing? But yeah, DM Mulroy, how was your Spotify other playlist thing going? I forget. Spotify and Apple? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, Steampunk. Like, yeah, Starfield style. No worries, young Steve-O. Yep, thanks for chilling. We're gonna be playing some games over on the other stream here in a bit. Yeah, we're not gonna do any work tonight. I just need to test my serializers now, and then I think we're good. But okay, so yeah, let's test some of this out. PNPM dev types. Let's try the go. Oh, that would be why. We were in the wrong folder. Yeah, it's a good terminal. Yeah, it's called CRT, Cool Retro Term. It's a great name, isn't it? It's brilliant. Meaning not on a Mac? I have no idea. Hey, so we just generated those types. Let's check them out. Hey, example.go. How you doing, man? Nothing is fucked here, dude. Yeah, this all looks about right to me. Wait, did I accidentally, like, commit examples.go? Oh, no. Ooh, steampunk. Yeah, that could be cool. And yeah, for everyone out there that has been watching, the entire reason that we need to do like the raw name versus regular name thing is raw name has hyphens in it, which will not work as a key for anything, but I don't think we need that as a key anyway. So we might actually be good. Let's try the Rust one. We saw some changes happen, but yeah, it shouldn't have changed anything negatively. So yeah, looks like we're good there too. All right. God damn it. Okay, so this is where this is totally borking on us, and I think it's because it goes to multiple lines. Yeah. So if I do this as a C sharp, oh, shit. Yeah, we just output it to the Go file. Error breaks. All right, let's redo the Go one so we don't fail it. And I think we're at a good point so far. We can go look at it. We can check some stuff. This is the Go code as it was generated. What is the diff there? It was lowercased for a sec. Yeah, okay. As far as I can tell, this isn't yelling at me about any of the naming conventions, but I'm wondering if I'd want to rename that function as something else. I'm not sure if this actually passes what we need. Let's not save any modifications to that. All right, so now time for the C# version, and let's see how that outputs. This looks pretty good to me. Yeah, I think we fucking nailed it, man. I really did not mean to add the example files. We'll probably need to remove those. In fact, yeah, hold on. We're gonna delete all of the example files right now. So we deleted 3, modified 3. We don't care about the test server file yet. All right, so the feature is add C# transformer and template, and also refactor transformers to have common logic. And then here in the get ignore, it's going to be /example.star. All right, so ignore generated example types files. Hell yeah. I mean, let's push it all up right now. So before we go anywhere, right, we got a little bit we can do, and oh shit, did I forget something here? Okay, cool. We didn't make any changes to that. Sweet. I was a little worried. We'll close every window, and I need to go look at not the C# code, but our JS client code. We're going to commit that. Right, so we remove that for now at least. Cool. So the next bit we need to care about, oh man, over here on the client, yeah, we got some try-catch stuff that we need to rep better. So get manifest here, that's the big part. Yeah. Boom. So that's a big bug that we had in this TypeScript client, or JavaScript client. Basically, we were not awaiting the results of that. could we refactor this to just returning the fetch hook and then a dot catch on top? We could do that too. That's a thing. But I think right here, we've at least allowed it to catch the thing and return an empty thing. So you know what? We have an inconsistent API. Here, we handle an error for the user. But when we get flags, we just bubble it up. What do y'all think? Should we be catching this for the user, or should we let it fail? I think catching it for the user is a thing, so maybe I want to refactor some of the other getters instead. Yeah, so the JSTS client was something we worked on before we had tackled other languages for it. And in the other languages, we definitely like handle an error using like, you know, in the Rust, we use a result or an option or whatever. I think in the Go code, we let it bubble up, right? Let's go look at the Go code just to be sure. When we do a get whatever, right, so here in get flags, when there's an error, we just return the error with an empty group. So yeah, there's no throw, there's no like thing that's gonna break everything. We should probably make get flags resilient too. And it's really only an issue for any of our like getters, right? The things that do like a fetch, like a network request elsewhere. For the other things, I think throwing an error or, you know, like idiomatically making the error happen is fine. Yeah, I don't know. Let's at the bare minimum fix that one bug. And I might want to just stew on fixing the inconsistency between the two functions in the JSTS. I haven't sold myself on either implementation yet. All right, so we basically finished the C# SDK, right? all of our SDKs suffer from the same issue for daylight savings time, or possibly not daylight savings time, but maybe, as well as, and damn, someone's smoking some weed nearby. Yeah, I smell it. It ain't me this time. Yeah, some other apartment nearby is totally smoking some weed. Did chat always have a timestamp? You mean below? Here? Yeah, absolutely. That's a feature that you can turn off and on, but I've had that feature on for ages. But yeah, I think some of this... Oh, shit. Well, hold on. Let me just do this real quick. I forgot I implemented two-factor on that account. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so here in the overlay, you got all sorts of settings you can do, right? So you can toggle timestamps on or off. Right? No big deal. Hide messages over time, right? But yes, I've had that turned on for my stream for a long time. I might need to refresh. Yeah, let's just do this. After every 5 seconds, a message will disappear, right? So there we go. Colby82 said something, and then it's gone. So yeah, like, we got a bunch of things you can configure. That one might go away because I hadn't, like, toggled that yet. Nah, that one's good. But yeah, we got a shitload of features for Stream Parrot. Like, it's a fairly full-featured chat overlay. But okay, so I think we're at a good point. We finished the C# SDK as much as we can finish it before we need to dig into, like, some better testing and, right, some better scheduling. Some of that. The next one we gotta do is the PHP SDK. Technically, though, I think tomorrow, the thing we're gonna focus on is I really need to finish up my slides and presentation for React Summit, because I am speaking at React Summit. Technically, it's a pre-recorded video that I need to record basically this weekend. And, yeah. So I think tomorrow and maybe even Saturday, we spend time making sure that my talk is as good as humanly possible. So yeah, tomorrow we pivot a bit. We work on my presentation about abstract syntax trees, and then after that, you know, we can fiddle with all sorts of stuff. Sure, why not? But yeah, I need to make sure that I get my talk done and dusted and recorded this weekend. I meant to have it done last week. But basically, this weekend is 1 week before it's due. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. So, let's go see who's streaming. Let's go raid someone. Ooh, Nick1 Data Sci. We haven't rated him in ages. Yeah. He's part of the inspiration for this whole, like, vertical side thing that we got going here on stream. Right? Like the giant camera and, like, a little bit of shit below. Yeah. Hope I spelled his name right. Yeah, the raid's going through. Cool, so thank you all so much. We had a really good day today. 7 hours of just solid content, right? Barely any bullshitting, which is rare. Yeah, awesome stuff. I'm gonna make, I think, some dumplings. They're super quick and easy. And then anyone that would like to play some League of Legends with me, or maybe just we play some other game, we'll be playing something over on Gaming Channel. If you're not aware of what Gaming Channel is, there's the link. We'll be over there watching like probably a Red Dwarf episode while we're chilling, while I eat some dumplings, while I cook and eat some dumplings. And yeah, then I'll probably play some kind of game, depending on how many people are there. We'll figure out the game. Yeah, no worries there, Jason. Thank you for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. I will say, if you got some time for lurking in you, Nick Wan does some awesome data science stuff. Like, he's the analytics person for the Cincinnati Reds, right? The Moneyball guy. He's the Moneyball guy for the Cincinnati Reds, which is fucking awesome, isn't it? So yeah, let's go chat. He's doing some machine learning stuff. He's doing some just awesome things. Let's go see what he's up to. And I'll see some of y'all over on gaming, and I'll see the rest of y'all tomorrow here on this channel. So, later.